Hello, Internet. Welcome to the Smoke Sesh. We've collected quite a lot of games over many years. We don't think we'll have enough time to play them all, but we're going to give it our best shot anyway. Here, we like to hang out with friends, play games, talk about TV shows and other media, maybe have a tasty snack along the way. We're all about a good time here, so sit back, relax, grab your smokable of choice, and let's get started.
Alright, now we're back with the Sesh.
Yeah, welcome back, people. We're going to be jumping into some Apollo Justice.
Let's close Ninja Storm. Been trying to record some Ninja Storm for you peoples. And we're going to hop into this really good trilogy of games. We're going to see some reoccurring characters, and we're going to see some brand new characters, and God, am I ready to jump into the remaster. I played the 3DS ones and the DS game.
Nice. I could see Maya and Emma in that.
Yeah, but you don't need to worry about them right now.
Ah, yes.
Emma's technically not real. Because she only came about... She's canon, obviously, but she only came about when Ace Attorney 1 got ported to the DS Lite, or the regular DS,
right,
and it had a DLC case, Gantz case, which came out after 3, I believe.
Yeah, and then she was wandering around with us, doing science.
She was trying to do science. She was in high school.
I like her. She gets an A for enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Bro, wouldn't that be an E? No!
I really don't want to view the policy, so...
Okay. But why are they putting a privacy policy in this game?
I don't know. It's Capcom Japan's privacy policy. Do you want to read it?
No. Of course not. I'm not in Japan.
Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Game selection and museum. Options and credits. Let's see what we got in the options. Voice English.
Ooh, yes.
Reader, turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentations of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. Why would I want to turn this into a movie? That's not why I came here.
Right, though.
Alright.
Does that mean this game is going to be voiced? That's so cool.
Yep, that was one of the big upgrades for this one. As far as I can tell, the game's going to tell us if I'm right or not, is that this game should be fully voice acted. The trilogy should be fully voice acted now.
That is amazing. I love it.
And if this is the case, this is what Ace Attorney is going to be going forward, if they go forward with the IP.
Yeah, look at those clean visuals.
Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice. Let's begin. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. How topical. Oh, these visuals are so much better than they were in the 3DS.
Yeah, they look
Oh!
good.
Oh, this is beautiful. Ace Attorney fans are eating good today.
You lose.
Oh, no. Blood. Death. And now we get to see what they look like. At least his portrait.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead? Someone hit him hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Yep, we going in the court on 420, baby.
Yeah!
Panic. Mom sweaty. Mom spaghetti. I can't admit it, I'm nervous.
Good morning.
You!
Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh?
That's why they call me Apollo Justice.
I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. God, I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over the drift. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder.
Not the first time in this courtroom, pal.
My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I.
The last case I did, because I was trying to replay the original trilogy. So, coming from that and hearing him talk, the last case I did was Gant.
I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way.
Keep that up. Keep it up.
What?
The portrait of the judge changed.
Oh,
The portrait in the back changed to the judge. Who's this guy?
Whoa. Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous, leading him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're... Fine. I'm fine.
Get used to that.
Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start.
To be fair, that was your fault, Apollo.
Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time, shall we? Yes, sir.
You didn't even get to know his name or your name. And he didn't get to know your name.
Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice.
Yeah, that's right. Here comes justice.
April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court room number 2.
It's been like 13 minutes. Maybe 23 minutes.
Yeah. Hasn't been very long. Is that...
The judge? Yeah.
No, on the left. The court is now in session. It's Payne. He's back.
The rookie killer.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Wait.
His first case is gonna be hard, isn't it? It's up against Pain.
So I thought this was gonna be voiced.
I thought it was too. Maybe it's the 3D rendered cutscenes that are voiced.
That's possible. Is there something in the options for it?
No.
Audio, music, effects, gameplay, reader. Weird. The defense is fine. I mean, I'm going blank. Don't panic. Act too late. Your name was Mr. Justice. This is your first trial.
You're going up against Pain. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be alright. Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strange. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However,
The game auto-saved.
the defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course, he wants justice. But to entrust this case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel?
Absolutely not. That's one thing you have over him, buddy.
Let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
The man, the myth, the legend, Phoenix Wright.
Oh no. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr.
Yeah, he
Wright,
doesn't do law. He took up piano.
Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
A failure of an instrument, apparently. I failed in law. I wanted to go play piano.
I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne? To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Settled as ever, I see.
Winston doesn't know what decade he's in. Did you see those clothes?
Yeah, what is up with that look, dude? Your look before was just fine.
Yeah, now he looks like he's from the 60s, like Pinnacle 60s.
The crime occurred at the Borscht Gold Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack! Killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant? You say he was... a pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist. This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice.
We all know that's wine, bud.
Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
Yeah, apparently he likes grape-flavored wine.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to the court record.
Even though a man like Phoenix should honestly be drinking like whiskey on the rocks or something.
Yeah, right? Something to note, Miss Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. A court record? Right, I've heard of that. Use R1 to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this case.
We have our attorney's badge, we have the Smith's autopsy report, we have crime photo number 1, and we have a bottle of wine. Let's examine our badge, shall we?
There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine, proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it.
He is like Phoenix. Victim's name, Shotty Lay Smith. Shotty Smith. Male. Estimated time of death, April 17th, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Literally a half hour. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from a blunt trauma to the forehead. And that's all we have.
That's all I got. That's all I can find.
And this is the crime scene photo.
Oh no.
Over a poker game. And this bottle of wine. An empty bottle of wine.
The bottle is completely empty. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with Borchette.
Because you tell me right now where you can find glass bottles of grape juice styled like this.
No. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Alright, excuse R1. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action.
We already looked over our evidence, there was time to rebuttal.
So the victim was a customer, but just who is this? Shoddy Smith fellow. We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he has been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country, yes, recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant. That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder?
So you're telling me that Phoenix just met a man and murdered him during a poker game? This is our case, everybody.
I don't take Phoenix for the type. Perhaps the victim was slighted. The defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill.
Look at the little tail on his forehead.
Yeah, alright, what is that?
That's a little bit of hair he grew back.
At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
If this video gets 10 likes, I'll smack him with his bald head.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and out of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection!
If that's true, the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a slight flash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again. The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defendant was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about your poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it, my first trial. Here goes nothing. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room is where we play, and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play the piano.
That's almost what he said, yeah.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well. The defense may begin to cross-examination.
Yeah, as long as the prosecution keeps his unwarranted remarks to himself.
Yeah, shut up, Payne. We don't need you. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? Oh, what to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course and a cross-examination? Do we need the refresher course?
Do you need the refresher course?
Does it work like the other games?
It's an Ace Attorney game.
Then no. You press until you get what you need, and then you present evidence.
Yeah.
No need for help, sir. I think I've got this one covered. I think you'd better do more than think. You know it, or you do not.
Yeah, exactly, Mikey. You either know it or you don't, bud.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle.
I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine.
I'm fine. I'm not fine! My weapons. Press and present. Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies, lies, Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, these all go together, correct?
As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
That man looks dopey, though. Phoenix.
He does, though. Yeah. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
The man, the myth, the legend is wearing one of the best beanies I've ever seen.
It's pretty sweet.
The competition.
I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all.
So how are we gonna do this? You just want me to press everything?
Just press everything. I want to hear what he's got to say.
It's a tutorial case, so yeah. You know how it goes. Later cases, there might be penalties for pressing too much.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. That was supposed to be a boast just now. The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club?
Wasn't it I was about to say, wasn't it obvious? He plays poker.
My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table.
And that's Apollo's voice now. Nice.
They pay you just to play poker.
Correct.
That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional, after all. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What?
Get slated, you dumb bitch.
I played poker for 7 years in that little room.
Look at the rookie killer, not killing any rookies.
And I've never lost once. Whoa. You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
Nope.
As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions.
I'd just like to point out the redesign of the credible meter.
Kind of like the other one better.
What, that it was one solid line like a magic meter from Zelda?
Yeah.
Well, this tells you how much credibility you actually have, though.
That makes sense.
The bar really didn't tell you how much you had. It was just trial and error until you were out of credibility.
Yeah, fair enough.
And laughed out of the courtroom.
the room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day.
I believe it.
The black market types? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. The smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law.
They were smoking and playing cards. Black market.
Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through a small window. I can practically picture it now.
Can you?
Certainly looks like one. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else.
Well, Phoenix said he could picture it now while we're looking at the photo of it.
Yeah. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards.
At least we're not trying to defend somebody who committed murder in Baker. God, that's the crime capital of Japan. We'd be here all week.
Yeah, right.
The person came one case.
2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
That's true.
Precisely. Cards on the table. Cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red and the other blue. As I recall, in poker, you make 5-card hands.
Correct.
I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Heh. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice.
Actually, have you seen today's political climate? Some people are.
To some people, murdering is the game.
Yeah.
Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Mr. Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not?
The man that fought against prosecutors inside and out knows the law better than you do.
Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. That's often how that goes, trying to get used to it.
Go on the last statement. Make it count, kid.
I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law.
Yes, they do. But just like Miles pointed out with Gant, that also comes with its risks, Phoenix.
Yes, it does, and I'm sure he knows that. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait. Something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it? When you figure it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? Why? I'd better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions?
Do your knees hurt, Apollo?
This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you needed more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again.
So if you listen to the whole testimony, what did you find strange?
So we got, I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room is where we play, and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Now let me see the evidence again. So, we got the autopsy report. And then there's the bottle. I will say I never touched the murder weapon and the bottle. That's his favorite. That's his favorite drink, so...
So you want me to present the bottle where he said it's his favorite drink?
Yeah. Present the bottle where he said I never touched the murder weapon.
Alright, let's see if you're right. Also, to be fair, I'd just like to point out something, Mikey.
Yeah.
I don't think the murderer ever touched the weapon either. Well, think about it. Isn't the case right now that Phoenix busted his head open?
Yeah.
Why isn't A, the bottle broken, or B, why is there no blood on the bottle?
Yeah, that's a good point. Because it says he got hit with a blunt weapon.
Yeah, but this is presumed to be the murder weapon.
I guess we're gonna find out. Let the trial continue. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, but this grape juice bottle... Right. So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
You made the judge sound like adult.
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Get used to that. He told you about his cords of steel training already.
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears, and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove anything. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
This clean-ass murder weapon. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you murder somebody, there's usually blood.
Yeah, right?
And there's no blood in the crime scene photo, and there's no blood on the murder weapon.
Are we 100% sure the bottle was even the murder weapon? Upside down? What does that mean?
Also, have some other thoughts too. We saw the crime scene photo, and we didn't see any blood. Are we 100% sure the victim is dead?
Maybe he just passed out and he thought he was dead. It means he was holding the bottle with Vernon, and there can only be one reason for that.
This little dummy. He's like poking himself in the head with his pinkies.
Yes.
He thinks he's pretty.
Yes, to brain someone with a bottle. Ah! Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder weapon, or the murder, for now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
Well, Judgy, last time I was in here, I was where Apollo was standing.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police?
Now we get to have our answer from the opening video, remember?
Yeah. Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes. Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
Say a good diagram. It's definitely a diagram. I wouldn't call this a good one.
The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down.
If this was Ocarina of Time, that would be considered the second basement.
Yeah. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call.
Phoenix never upgraded his old-ass phone. I'm sorry, he upgraded from a flip phone to a Nokia.
Mr. Wright's cell phone added to the court record. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative.
Because he is.
I saved Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this.
He's being uncooperative with his testimony, but he was pretty cooperative with the police.
Yeah, it seems that way. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're just as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime.
Not necessarily. But yeah, probably.
Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her name and profession.
And who is this anxiety little flower?
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
You don't see her, Your Honor?
Judgy, I know your ears are fine, but are your eyes okay, bud? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I use a little air gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. Are you sure? I swear on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you're sure it is okay.
Imagine being frightened by hair, 2024.
Now, the prosecution. Wait a minute.
No flash photography in the courtroom, ma'am.
Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes.
That's a disposable camera, Your Honor.
She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as a waitress at the Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht, that is, naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said, other service.
You can tell that, English might not be her first language.
No, definitely not. I take it one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures. Ta-da! Like, for example, this one. That's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. The man in the white hat is the one who gone kaput.
It's gone cat.
Indeed, that is the victim.
Olga's a lot taller than I thought she was.
Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is the same way as I drop cold bowls in borscht on laps of customers casually.
What is borscht? Bowls of borscht.
Is that how that's said? Like borscht? It's not spelled like borscht.
Isn't it? Borscht.
I think that's pronounced borscht. The borscht bowl.
How would it be et?
I don't know, dude.
There's no extra E or an E.
I don't know. That's how I think it's pronounced.
But she's dropping bowls of borscht on customers' laps.
I would not be happy about this.
I don't even know what borscht is, but if you drop a bowl of anything on my lap, I'm gonna be displeased. There's tables for a reason, woman.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little upset. The court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo added to the court record. Now, witness. Where were you on the night of the murder?
Let's take a moment to do this. Let's take a look at Phoenix's cell phone. Just to call me on my cell phone.
It's a very basic cell phone.
It's a Nokia. We can play Snake on it.
Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape.
It's Phoenix. Of course it is.
You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care.
It's Phoenix. He probably just does not care. Does it accept phone calls? Well, that's good enough for Mr. Wright.
Good enough. That's all I need.
Hey, he wasn't wrong about the smoky room. So, will there really be a smell of wine and cheap perfume in here?
Probably. They got like wine bottles back there. Phoenix has multiple bottles of his grape juice.
There's another thing then. Are we sure that was the bottle Phoenix was drinking? Because, remember what they said, Phoenix was an employee here.
Plus, it's entirely possible.
And this is backstock.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, it's entirely possible that one of those bottles he could have had his fingerprints upside down. Because sitting in that position, if you were to reach down and grab it and pick it up,
your fingerprints would be upside down.
Yeah, you reach down and grab it, you pick it up, and then you like flip it in your hand.
And just so we're clear, we want to go over some profiles.
All right, we got Kristoph Gavin, boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor.
He's 32.
Phoenix Wright, age 33, pianist at the Borscht Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. Shoddy Smith, age who knows, the victim in this case, a traveler only recently back in the country.
Alright, Shoddy Smith, the next thing we gotta figure out is your age.
Winston Page.
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 You were making fun of him earlier, now he's making fun of you.
Winston Page.
My man is 61.
61. The prosecuting attorney For all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. And then Olga Orly, age 21. The witness in this case, a Russian waitress at Borscht Bowl Club.
Alright.
Now, I was in the room, the hideout, we call it.
You were in the hideout.
Whoa!
Oh man, the memories of the hideout.
I'm gonna do some more karaoke.
If you're nice, Phoenix might let you play the piano.
Whoa! Fun! Excuse me, the hideout. It's this room where famous gangster Baji was arrested.
Baji? You think that's pronounced Baji?
Well, how's it pronounced?
There's an AI at the end, bud.
Baji?
Bod guy.
Bod guy?
Yeah, say it with me.
Bod guy?
He's Bod guy.
Bod guy was arrested?
Bod guy was arrested. Yes, Mr. Bod guy.
It's this room where famous gangster Bod guy was arrested.
Well, I know who the bad guy is.
It's this room where murder took place. What? You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you.
Yeah, because they're trying to fall into the whole Russian thing. So he's Bod guy.
Bod.
You know he's Bod guy, right?
Bod guy has been...
Bod guy has been gangster.
Dada. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 3 people in the courtroom at the time of the crime. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and...
Bod guy?
Olga Orly.
Yeah.
Our waitress. Or witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness.
So what's your theory so far?
I'm starting to think that there's a conspiracy here.
And that conspiracy is...
Either...
Should we put our tinfoil hats on for this one?
Absolutely. I'm starting to think a bad guy might have had something to do with this, and Olga Orly might be an accomplice.
I'm starting to think on the opposite side of the spectrum. And hear me out here. I've seen no evidence that declares a murder.
Maybe he just got drunk and passed out. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
Like, I know what the autopsy report tells me. I know that he got blunt force trauma and he died due to hemorrhaging. But the murder weapon doesn't have any blood on it. The murder weapon doesn't have any scuffs on it. The murder weapon doesn't look like it was used to hit anything.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to. Like, instead of, blood, it could have just been blunt force trauma that did him in. Like, maybe there's a big bruise on the back of his head, because I don't think we've seen the back of his head yet.
Okay, why didn't the bottle break?
I mean, it doesn't have to. It's a large glass bottle.
It doesn't have to get scratched or damaged in any way?
I mean, not necessarily.
You're doing a lot of stretching for that.
But, it is a lot of stretching. That's why I say, not necessarily, it doesn't have to, but the likelihood that it wouldn't is low.
Alright, here's your second cross-examination.
That fateful night. That night, a customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with with his hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
You saw it, didn't you?
Witness,
Did you read the autopsy report? Because I know you can't.
Do you want to rethink that a little bit? Because there's absolutely something wrong here. Incidentally, who won the game?
So is it okay if I skip the cross-examination pressing and just present the autopsy report on that statement?
We probably could, but I also want to see what she's got to say.
Okay.
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
You don't know that, though, Payne.
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose.
Payne's over here thinking he's a Naruto protagonist, like, the world shall know Payne. And these rookie defense attorneys just keep coming up using talking no jutsu.
So do you think Phoenix just wins all these card games, or do you think he's cheating? What?
I don't know.
Like
I'll say the same thing that I said about Von Karma. If you win for so long, there's got to be some kind of trick to it.
Yeah, right? Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as a prosecutor, either.
Winston, that's not okay.
Winston, you've got it out for Phoenix. I know it. Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
No, Mikey, there's no motive for him to have anything against Phoenix, except that Phoenix was the rookie that destroyed his career.
Yeah, Phoenix humiliated the man.
Well, Mia was the one who humiliated him, and then her apprentice humiliated him again. And as you can see, this photo here is going to prove something.
These are the poker chips, as they lay at the very moment of the crime.
Bud, Mr. Shoddy Lay was losing. Mr. Shoddy was losing. Look at the way it's set up.
Also, where's the second deck? Isn't there supposed to be a deck of red cards here somewhere?
That must be the cards on the floor.
Ah.
I don't know. There is supposed to be 2 decks. Phoenix said that. It's a cheating mechanism to make sure people aren't cheating. But this has to be Shoddy's hand, because all the evidence in the case has pointed out so far that Phoenix had the wine bottle.
Right.
And the wine bottle's only on the winning side of the table.
Right.
Phoenix was winning.
Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Unless you're gonna tell me that Mr. Smith is the killer.
Oh no.
Because he's got the murder weapon.
He just kind of whacked himself on the head with the bottle.
While he was winning.
I can't take winning! I mean, yes, imagine that poker is a war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I am the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Can I point
You can't
out?
beat me at my poker.
Can I point out that at the beginning of this case, he asked what poker was?
I know.
The judge just be saying shit.
Perhaps Judgy was trying to make it clear for the rest of the court. I don't know, he is kind of old. Maybe he just forgot. I think he means poker face.
That makes much more sense.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table.
And what gave it away? The murder weapon?
Photo chips added to the court record. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Examination time.
Not yet, it's not.
That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game.
This is the photo from before, and this is the current photo.
Wait a minute. Go back to the other photo? So there's more than one table in this room?
Thanks for pointing out another discrepancy. This was taken on the restaurant floor, as you can see, by the food on top of the table, right?
Yeah.
And Phoenix's piano, which we know is in the restaurant.
Right.
This photo here was taken down in the basement where they play cards.
Right.
2 different rooms.
And, yeah, it definitely is 2 different rooms. I think even the floor is a different color.
And here's this clean-ass murder weapon again.
Yeah, right?
Alright, so let's press everything.
Yep. You are dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work.
Talks like a woman who's never touched a deck of cards in her life.
Right, though. It's good to hear the policeman hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where Borscht Bowl is warm and the waitress. Warm as the waitress.
How do you know? Did you test the waitress for her warmth?
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination.
If I ever go to the Borscht Bowl restaurant and I find her shivering, then I'm gonna call it a lack of service on her part. I'm gonna assume the borscht is also cold that day.
You couldn't greet me with a warm smile? It was cold. Both players played with hats on, It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic, rustic, Russian restaurant theme. Outside, it is city in spring, but inside it is always cold as Mother Russia.
Then how is it as warm as the waitress? You just told me the borscht was warm. Or you're telling me the waitress is cold.
No way I'm going there.
In my thoughts exactly.
When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, The victim, he plays whole time with hand on locket on his neck. His locket. I believe it was good luck charm,
You mean his necklace?
He gripped it many times as he played that night.
No one's talked about him having a locket.
Yeah, I want to take another look at the picture when we get back to the evidence, like, when we get back to the thing. Okay, no locket. There's the locket. But no locket.
So he had it before he died, but he didn't have it after he died.
So, somebody took his locket.
So that means there's decisive evidence now. Whoever has the locket is the criminal.
Right. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
I mean, no, it's a locket. A locket's a locket.
It's considered bad form to poke fun at the heart of hearing in our society. Heart of hearing or heart of understanding. So what happened next? Then, the last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, And what was terrible? Something terrible. Eesh! The defense will refrain from needlessly shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss Orly, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened, Doc. I trembled with fear.
That doesn't seem to be very hard for you.
That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death.
No, he did!
But the defendant would never do such a thing.
Even whether he would or wouldn't is irrelevant when I have the autopsy report.
Yeah, right. Clearly that's not what killed him. Well, no, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please, refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game. Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. It is always. So, it always is with men like him, winners or mates, or winners, mates, or losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Winston, I remember when you lost your hair.
Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Also, now that Phoenix isn't in the courtroom, Winston was able to regrow some of that lost hair.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shawty Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold, both players played with hats on, Doc. The victim, he played his whole time with his hand on locket at his neck.
That looks to me more like a stylistic choice than it does because they're cold, you know?
Yeah. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, Doc. That man flew at victim is strangling him to death.
So, what evidence do we present?
I see a couple inconsistencies here, but I don't know how far some of those go. So I want to take this statement and present the autopsy report.
Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. The forehead! Wait a minute!
That feels even more wrong.
Whatever.
Oh, really? You're strangled, you say? That's odd.
The forehead would have definitely bled.
Yeah,
if you hit it with a glass up ball.
Was there any blood? Was there any blood on the hat? Normal customers only choke on borscht.
How do you stay in business?
No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss Orly, really now, did you witness the crime?
I don't think she witnessed it, Mikey.
Neither do I. I think she's a farce. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Like, I conceded my point earlier that was Phoenix's sides of the table, but what I am going to tell you is this doesn't look like a man who's injured. This looks like a man who had too much wine. Doesn't it?
It really does. Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
And why is there no blood? Someone needs to produce some blood right now.
Okay, now we finally get somewhere. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Okay, thank God.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit.
That's true.
Alright, thank you for giving us this. This might help us get somewhere. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice.
Do you think Phoenix grabbed the locket?
I don't know. I certainly hope not. I admire
Why? Just grabbing the locket doesn't mean he choked him.
That's true. Yeah, because if he lunged to grab the locket, that'd be a little different. But then, what's up with that locket?
That means it had to be something important to Phoenix.
And why was the man holding on to it so much? He didn't want Phoenix to take it?
Maybe it's Phoenix's property.
And maybe he stole it from Phoenix and Phoenix just wanted it back? Did Phoenix lose it in a card game? Maybe Phoenix isn't telling the whole truth. I admire your enthusiasm. What do you mean?
I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. So they are thinking aloud.
At least Apollo is. We have no confirmation that Phoenix was.
Yeah, it seemed like they could hear it sometimes. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, Doc. The victim, he played a whole time with hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, Doc. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
See, that's the added on now after he tried to choke him.
Yep.
Hit him with bottle.
So, do we...
Shotty Smith, time of death, April 17th, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead.
Alright, so...
He didn't have his locket. Well, it doesn't look like he had his locket after he was killed. This doesn't even look like a picture of his death.
So now the thing I want to know is if they played with hats on, how did he suffer such a blow straight to the head like that? Wouldn't his hat be dented or something like that?
See, now you're thinking what I'm thinking. You're thinking with your noodle. Which means if that was the case, he would have to be hit with his hat off, but they played with him when he had his hat on the whole time.
Right. So that's another contradiction.
And he doesn't have the locket.
And he doesn't have the locket here.
So how do you want to do this? Here's all the evidence we have.
So, take it back.
Here?
No, I mean, yeah. So, go back one. Oh.
Whoops. I accidentally went forward one.
Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and if it isn't Mr. Wright, got you now, Orly. Alright, so we got, that night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, Doc. So...
This is the other thing that strikes me as odd, too.
Yeah, well, he played the whole time with his hand on the locket at his neck. So, let's try presenting the photo of the head blow on the statement where she says that they played with hats on.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay. So, this photo? Or the one with the head blow?
Yeah, the one with the head blow. That one. Present that there. No?
Ooh.
That's not right. Witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Okay. Okay. So, clear contradiction, but not what they want.
Ooh. You just lost some credibility.
Yeah, clearly. Must be on the wrong track. So, it was cold. Both players played with hats on. Victim plays the whole time. So, go back to the...
Go back to where?
So, let's go back to the evidence real quickly.
Our attorney's badge, the autopsy report, crime photo 1, the grape juice bottle, the Nokia, the Olga's photo, Chip's photo, and crime scene photo 2.
Because it's possible that I just may not know enough about poker, but, you know, if they still have chips, so I guess they could have, like, decided that they weren't playing anymore. But there's still a whole deck there. So it's also possible this may not be the whole hand, but I don't know what that have to do with the,
No, there's 5 cards there, it's the whole hand. The only thing missing are the 2 cards in the middle.
Well, she said last hand.
The last hand of the game, yeah.
Right.
But you're supposed to check them against the cards in the middle. There are no cards in the middle. Every round they put one or 2 cards in the middle so you can check them against your hands. They're not there, and he's got a flush. Or, not a flush, but he's got a really good hand over there. Phoenix's hand is shit. Yeah. Phoenix was bluffing. That man had a really good hand and he won the game.
Right.
The other deck's not here, and the dealer's reference cards in the middle aren't there. And plus, if she was dealing the cards,
yeah, why would
why wasn't Phoenix dealing the cards? Because when there's 2 people playing poker, there's the dealer and the player.
Right. So
she would have to been playing with him. Because she said she was dealing the cards.
That makes sense. So, let's go back to the statements.
The defendant tried to strangle the victim and he hit him with a bottle. The last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. The victim he plays the whole time with his hand on the locket at his neck. It was cold, both players play with hats on. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game.
So if you were dealing the cards for the game, why are the cards on the table? Oh, no, that's dumb.
I was about to say, because they have hands? They are playing the game, that's why they're on the table?
So...
But
the only thing
there is something that I've been wondering. Where is it? If she was dealing the cards, why is there cards on the floor? I guess that happened in the struggle, so that's kind of dumb. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, the only thing I can think of is that it may have something to do with the locket.
It does have something to do with the locket. You know how I know that? Because he was seen here in the restaurant having it. In both crime scene photos, he doesn't have it.
Yeah. So maybe we present one of these crime scene photos on the one where she talks about the hand on the locket.
Crime scene photo 1 or 2. 2 is the one that actually shows his shirt open.
Yeah, so let's maybe try 2.
So you want me to present crime scene photo 2 here?
Yeah. There we go. That's what they wanted?
Yeah, they wanted you to point out about the locket, because remember it had significance.
Right. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on his locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does that mean? If we were to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. Nope. Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim after all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it?
Because he probably bet it in the poker game.
Oh. Eric. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
That's the other thing I didn't want to say. It was made very clear the thing around Venus's neck was the same thing in the picture.
Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again?
So that means the victim had Phoenix's locket and was holding on to it tightly the entire poker game.
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter. We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too. Why don't I buy this? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence?
Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
That is pretty clear.
Miss O...
Is that supposed to be O'Reilly or... No, that would make sense. Yeah, Orly.
Orly.
Orly?
Yeah, we said that like 17 times. Thinking over here like things are sweet, like it's O'Reilly Auto Parts. Oh.
You will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant.
Da-da.
Something tells me Phoenix didn't play that game.
Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 point-in chip for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning? It was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Okay, this is starting to make sense, if you're telling the truth.
Indeed, look at this picture.
Phoenix never lost a game.
It does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret it. A common tale, but true.
He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies.
Probably.
I don't know, have you seen his courtroom?
Yeah, he is a courtroom drama.
Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
That reminds me of Detective Conan. Ari, Kogery's wife, Rachel's mom, she's a defense attorney. I want a small spin-off or a movie about her courtroom drama. Yeah, there's multiple episodes where Jimmy has to go, Conan actually has to go testify in court.
That's pretty good. I want to see that. Serious competition.
The last time he did it as Kogery though, so...
The game began with 3,500 point in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning? It was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on the table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and for last. So, you gotta start pressing.
Yeah, we'll press all the statements and they'll probably become clear.
Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
Me thinking Shoddy Smith had Phoenix's pendant.
Yeah.
And then he made him play a poker game to give it up. Phoenix feigning loss for the first few rounds, pulled off a victory in the last round, taking everything from him.
That makes sense. No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
Which, my theory right now is, after Phoenix won everything from him in the game in the final round, Guy got angry with him, Phoenix tried to defend himself.
That'd be interesting.
You know, because imagine this scenario. You've been winning the whole time, you got all these chips at your side of the table, you've been drinking, and you find out that the guy you're playing against has been hustling you this entire time. Yeah, he had the winning hand, but that doesn't mean anything. Especially with a certain sentence called I fold.
Yeah.
And, imagine being bluffed out when you had the winning hand.
Oh no.
And then he goes, go ahead and keep your money. All I want is that locket.
Yeah, I want to know more.
There was no special rules used.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be, Exactly 7,000 points.
Yeah, it's 7,000 blood.
Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even a long division.
It's simple addition.
You're just kind of like, what?
Maybe it's multiplication if you want to reach.
House chips come in two sizes, small and large.
Are they 100 and 1,000, or are they 500 and 1,000?
We're about to find out. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
It doesn't make sense. They're mostly large chips. How do they both start with 3,500? There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 big chips,
10 big chips.
and only 6 little chips.
Yes, 6 little chips.
They couldn't have started with 3,500. There's no measurement that makes it work.
Well, yeah, because if that were the case, they'd have to each have 5 big chips and 3 little chips. Each.
Or if they're
So if they were-
1,000 apiece, each of them have 3 big chips and 5 little chips. If the big chips do equal 1,000, which they do in most casinos.
Right. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yes. Always press harder.
There's something you'll learn. The man, the myth, the legend on the defense stand right now should have told you. Always go for broke.
Well, we are gambling after all. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to explain?
I need units of measurement.
What is this man's voice? What that shit? Poker chips are poker chips!
Look at that face. Dude thinks he's, what is it? Beautiful cover girl. he thinks he's a cover girl. Look at that face. He thinks he's pretty.
Notice me, senpai!
The 61-year-old wants senpai to notice him. The 22-year-old. Poker chips are poker chips. But none of you have told me the measurements of what they're worth.
I want to know!
Y'all said they started with 3,500 in chips each. The math ain't math, and someone's gonna have to start talking.
They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. What the hell did you say?
Not a
chip off the
motorcycle
old block,
cop,
Not a
not a-
motorcycle cop.
thanks.
Not a. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I've pressed her. I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet. As I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard, perhaps, for a capitalist to understand.
Wrong!
I want to know the value of the chips. Stop dancing around the dang question.
Even if you're not gambling, you're still playing the game with gambling mechanics.
Yes!
So I need to know how much the chips are worth.
Right! 2 type of chip. 1,000.
I called it.
100 point chip and 1,000 points chip.
I called it.
Hold
This
on,
photograph doesn't make any goddamn sense.
So you're telling me that there's 10 big chips. If they're each worth 1,000 points, then we got 10,000 points in big chips. And then we got small chips. If they're each worth 100 points, there's 600 points in small chips.
So that's
So
10,600
if they were
between the two
split
of
evenly
them.
between them,
Mikey, there's 10,600 points between them when they both started with 3,500. There's supposed to be a total of 7,000.
yeah. So
Where's the other 3,600 come in?
yeah. So if that's the case, that means they're each starting with not 3,500 points. They're each starting with 5,000 plus what 3, so 5,300 points apiece.
Unless she was a player in the game. Then they'd all start with roughly 3,500.
Huh. Yeah, if she was a player, well then the math still ain't mathing because the chips don't split evenly that way.
I know. Hence why I said roughly 3,500.
It is not money, Doc. Justice. Sir? Don't you find her comment interesting?
I do. For various reasons. What are you getting off? What are you getting off on, Gavin?
In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, those are the want the witness to add to her testimony.
Add it to your testimony.
Yeah, please do. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
This is why Phoenix picked you. This is why Phoenix picked you.
Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor.
She knows we're getting closer. She's getting more nervous.
One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all.
Tell me about that.
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. Better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time. It's not all. Yeah. Great, Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice. Please, try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
Are they really telling me to present the photo of the chips?
That's what I'm thinking here. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten, after all. Calculation. The one who was winning. It was victim. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing?
Also, pulled it all from the final acts, didn't you, Phoenix? When you made him feel like a winner. And when you were losing this badly, and then in the end, win it in the final round, you got him to agree in an all-or-nothing match after he was drunk. Did Phoenix really lose?
Phoenix is the true turnabout. It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always on victim's side of table.
The chips were always on the victim's side of the table?
So you're telling us it was a one-sided game. One-sided, and...
Doesn't that sound very weird for somebody who hasn't lost for 7 years to let it be this one-sided?
Unless he was just playing with the victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose.
So Phoenix really did goad him into an all-or-nothing game in the finale.
Last hand. It was the largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture.
What the hell are you talking about, Orly? Phoenix's hand in the final round was dog duty.
Yeah.
See?
And he's got 2 aces and 3 sevens.
They tied.
Yeah.
No one won. They tied.
Wait. Hold on. Didn't earlier Phoenix say something about it being a draw?
Yeah.
It is truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's.
Yeah. They tied. This is a draw.
One with highest numbers wins, so defendant loses. Unless they both fold. Or, one of them folds.
Yeah.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him.
That's not true, though.
I believe that explains what occurred next. Well, yeah, we also still don't know about the cards in the center of the table.
One, we don't know about the cards in the center of the table. They play a factor, they can change the whole game. If this was the final round, there should have been at least 4 or 5 of them in the middle.
Right.
If not 3 or 4. And Phoenix obviously won that game. He has the locket.
Yeah. Once cards laid down on the table, it happened.
And him clutching the locket the whole time?
The moment loss was decided, defendant
Mikey,
grabs bottle from table end.
Here's another thing. Him clutching the locket the whole time? Phoenix probably asked him to put it up in the first round.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He knew Phoenix wanted it.
And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble, Doc. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? Yet. The defendant had been hitting the victim. Ah, I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. So...
Now it's presentation time. So which statement?
So, go over one. So, let's stop on this statement. Let's go to the evidence. And prevent the picture with the cards and chips on the table.
You want me to prevent it?
Not prevent it. Present it. I want you to look at this picture. You're sure it was the victim who won?
The math ain't mathin'. If they weren't gambling, how are they adding money to the total?
Yeah.
Why was it such a high-stakes game?
Yeah, what was happening here? Absolutely sure? Objection! What is this man's voice? What the heck?
Yeah, this little fucking monster.
The glances of this picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. And tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals?
He took more from Phoenix than Phoenix had.
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, my calculations are correct. Let's see what 3 plus 1 carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips.
All 10,000 of them.
If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100...
Phoenix only had 1,400. Well, this man had 9,200.
If you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You weren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
Now if you would stop lying to the court, Olga.
Why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice.
A lot of people are real comfortable
Now that you know
lying
what,
under oath.
you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction.
Starting points were wrong. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, either the starting points are wrong,
Or she doesn't know how to count.
or if they were both right, that means the little chips could be worth 1,000 each.
So which one are we going with?
Because there's 6 little chips, right?
Yeah.
So if the little chips are worth 1,000 each, that's 6. Yeah, that adds up the totals.
What, the little chips?
Yep, if the little chips, 6 little chips are worth 1,000, so that's 6,000 points, and then the big chips, there's 10 of those, worth 100 apiece. Means that you get 7,000 points. So the starting points weren't wrong.
So them both can't be right either.
But that means that the point values for the chips were...
Swapped.
Can you go back to the court record for a minute? And look at the table again? So that would mean that Phoenix had 4,100 points.
And this man had 2,900 points.
Yeah, so Phoenix was indeed winning.
So, you want to go with the chips were wrong then?
What would it mean if the chip count was wrong? So starting points...
What the fuck do you mean? You just said the chip count was wrong with what you just explained.
Okay, fine. Just go with the chip count was wrong. The odd thing here is the number of chips. Right. Mr. Gavin? Why are you asking me? Just in case. Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph. It's all there. Even our judge, with his failing eyesight, could count them.
Hey, earlier you said we shouldn't make slights at the hard of hearing.
Yeah, so, anyway, go on. That's not the only thing failing the judge. Let me ask you again. Right, there's only one possible way... Yeah, no, they're both right. That's gotta be the answer. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. Well, what? Want to know what I think?
Oh, we're finally here.
The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness. Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again.
You will, and every time you see it, it'll make you laugh.
There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips.
Correct.
Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Oh, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. Objection! I can't get over this man's voice. It's so funny. But wait. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Are you sure about that, little bud? Sure about that, old man? Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Doesn't matter. What matters is the value of chips, old judgy. Oh! He figured it out. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
We're not in kindergarten after all. Simple math doing in.
Oh no, I can't do basic math. I can't let them know.
To be a prosecutor, we exclude basic math.
I can only do long division.
I have to divide how long it's going to take to get you in jail.
The victim had 2,900 points. And Mr. Wright had 4,100 points. The defendant.
I had to check his wording for a minute because the way it looked confused me.
I knew roughly what he said. I didn't catch the whole thing.
No, his wording confused me. The judges.
Yeah. Well, now. It seems that Mr. Wright was winning the night after all. That's impossible.
Impossible.
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yarg! Now, Miss Orly. You must have known the true value of the chips. Since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Eee! How'd she do that?
I guess she's a really skilled waitress.
Yeah, clearly. Should have just stuck to that, lady. Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened.
Yeah, y'all got the math wrong. Which brings it back to the original testimony. Phoenix was playing for that locket and winning.
To be fair, he said he never lost. He didn't say that he did lose either.
Yeah,
He just said that he wouldn't testify about the murder, so he didn't lie, did he?
but it still begs the question. Why did Shoddy have Phoenix's pendant?
Yeah,
His locket.
that's what I want to know. Yeah. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony. Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orly? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, See what, Miss Orly? What do we see? In the last hand, there was a cheat.
Who cheated?
Cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, what do you mean?
I just like to say it that she waited for us to tear her testimony apart before she said this.
Yeah. A scam. But they're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheats in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this certainly has taken a turn. Poorly interesting. Witness, will you please testify to the court? Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Very convenient cliches happening here.
The final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand, or Mr. Smith. Miss Orly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover-up here. There's always a cover-up, dude. Get used to it. But, well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
To be a fence attorney in this world, you are awarded a tinfoil hat.
Yes!
Now wear it with pride.
It shields me from those who lie and only lets me see the truth.
We have molded your tinfoil hat into a badge and you wear it with pride.
I will show it to everybody. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house?
Is that where you're at, Mikey?
Oh,
What's a full house?
a little bit. Liars these days, you don't know your poker.
Even Winston knows more than you. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't know anything about poker, really. I could say this bodes well for your case. Or career. What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring?
I wouldn't be surprised if there was one in real life.
Is that the second game? Are we going to be uncovering the court poker ring in the second game?
You mean second episode or second game?
The second game!
No.
It's going to have to wait a whole game!
Yeah.
Justice.
No, we'll be doing something much more pleasant than uncovering a poker ring in the second game.
You know the terms. 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Please explain.
You don't know those terms either?
I'm kidding. I actually do know that. Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 with 3 of a kind.
Yeah. It's just that simple, bud.
That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
Especially not with 2 aces. Aces are high-value cards in poker.
Right. You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Yeah, where look, they have the same exact hand. They both have full houses.
Right.
That's what I was trying to point out earlier.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
So
I'm
even
just
if
trying to figure out what they mean by it was a cheat.
yeah, I was gonna say if Phoenix is cheating, he did a pretty poor job of it.
Yeah.
He got a full house, and so did his competitor.
Mm-hmm.
So even if he was cheating, there's nothing happening. Unless the cheat was to get them to stalemate.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
Is that what you did, Winston?
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
It's what Von Karma did. Von Karma forged evidence to be able to keep going for 40 long years.
Right? That man was a cheater, and he got caught because of it. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand? Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
Exactly. Time for our cross-examination. Can you do it?
The final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, not? It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time.
Yeah, usually you go through multiple poker rounds before you can even consider getting a full house.
Yeah, you just kind of get one.
Three rounds.
Like, oh, hell yeah!
Because it's usually 3 rounds per hand, depending on who folds and other things.
Gotcha. I guess that's right.
Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as a poker head of the courtroom number 3.
Poker face, maybe.
Very difficult, Doc. But it is not impossible.
Why do you think I know how to play poker? Why do you think I prefer blackjack? Blackjack is the dealer throws out a card. Yeah, he gives you 2 cards, one face up, one face down, and you ask to either hit or stay depending on your card. If you stay, the dealer flips over his card at the bottom, and whoever's closest to 21 wins.
Gotcha.
Other names for this game is called 21.
Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
Not necessarily. Every little bit helps.
There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. 4 of each card, you say?
That's the other problem with trying to get a 3 of a kind. You have to get most of that kind of card in your hand, of that whole thing.
Right. Ah, there's 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. This is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Huh, you don't say.
And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year.
Buddy? Huh, you don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? That's why each deck has 2 jokers.
To account for the leap year.
They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. I did not know that. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, I was thinking you might not know that.
I like that. I like little trivia things like that. Huh, you don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
No, if we can get the chief of police in here and wrap that up in an episode, you'll be fine.
If you look at the play at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious.
We're gonna wrap this up in a chapter.
How was it clear? That's what I'm wondering. I don't exactly know how it was clear. Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
Oh my god! Wait, are you telling me the man that you're accusing of cheating, the one that's supposed to be the sneaky, conniving schemer, was so careless to pull out a 5th ace?
Wait. Unless he wasn't the one cheating.
What do you think, Orly was cheating? Because she said she's the one that dealt the cards, remember?
Yeah.
And there are 2 decks, so that means there's 8 aces to pick from.
Yeah, there are 2 decks.
8 of every card.
Yeah, so a 5th ace isn't exactly weird.
It is when you're only supposed to be playing with one of the decks at a time.
That's true, but Phoenix said that normal rules were 2 decks. And
No.
even she said normal rules.
Phoenix said that normal rules were 2 decks because each round they'd alternate the decks, so you couldn't do something like this.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, so each game was played with 1 deck, but they switched the deck out each game.
Gotcha.
That's why one had a distinct red back and a 1 blue back, so if you play the card with the red back during the blue deck's time, it'd be a dead giveaway.
Well, when I was looking at it earlier, I was looking for any duplicates in that way, but there were none. I still remember both hands very well.
A lot of the cards you didn't get to see the back of them in the pictures.
That is true. Mr. Smith hands has 3 aces. Right?
And Phoenix has 2.
And Mr. Wright's 2.
Also, did you see that Ace of Spades? They both have the same Ace of Spades.
Right. Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand.
And what it just showed they did, not in the picture.
Well, yeah, because there's only 4 aces on the table.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what she means.
And we can't really make out the cards on the floor.
No. Still only 2 on the table. Or
Yeah.
4 on the table.
What is she talking about?
That's what I'm confused about. What do they mean, 5th ace?
And why is Winston here like, oh yes, obviously,
Cheating was
this
afoot.
makes the sense.
Well, perhaps I should say a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke.
Very well. The witness shall add this detail to her testimony.
Payne's over here like, it's a jokey joke.
Like, did they not, like, show you the pictures before you came in here? Do they, like, not do that on purpose so that they can tell if you're lying when you accidentally lie? It's 5 aces in all. Can we present the picture of Let's present the damn picture here.
You want me to present this here right now?
No, that's gonna be the picture that we do present. I want to see the rest of her testimony. A 5th ace. Ah, it should not exist, no. I still remember both hands very well.
You're lying.
Mr. Smith's hands had 3 aces.
It had 3 kings, not 3 aces.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
they both
Wright's
didn't
too.
have the ace of spades. Only Phoenix had the ace of spades.
Yeah, Phoenix had the ace of spades. The other guy had 2 aces and 3 kings.
He had the ace of clubs and the ace of hearts.
And there's a photograph to prove that.
And Phoenix has the ace of spades and the ace of diamonds.
Well, where did this card come from, then?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question.
And also, even in the
Not yet.
even in the situation she's proposing with the visuals, she's saying Mr. Shoddy had the 3rd ace.
Right. Oh.
Because then you see it, the bottom hand was Phoenix's, per the picture.
Right. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
Okay, I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to equate poker to a courtroom. And in technicality, like metaphorically speaking, you're correct. Literally speaking, don't sit here and tell me the felony is as equal to cheating at poker.
Yeah. At least I can just be mad at you if you cheat at poker, maybe kick you out.
If you forge evidence in a courtroom,
you're going to jail.
yeah,
buddy.
get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, if you forge evidence in a courtroom and you're caught down out in the Magic Kingdom, go to jail forever.
Yeah, exactly. Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice. You bet. I have no intention of staying quiet. Not me, no sir. I'd better find some contradicting evidence fast. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we already know what,
So do you want me to do it now, or do you want me to wait till we're done?
Oh yeah, no, let's wait till we're done. It set it up like it was already done. So the next moment, game becomes argument, The defendant's trick was exposed.
Tell me how it was exposed.
Do you recall what the men were arguing about? I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection."
That does not sound like something Hobo Phoenix would say.
Shouting objection, eh? Old habits die hard to break.
Old habits die hard to break.
Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom. Now he bluffs his way through life. However, Mr. Wright lost the hand.
Yeah, exactly. So what good was the cheating mechanism?
Yeah, exactly. That seems to cast a shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith.
Oh!
Humiliation from losing, even when cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart.
So, what did the flaming defendant do next?
He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. By bottle, are you referring to this? Ah, the defendant uses this bottle to film. This behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant.
But why use a grape juice bottle?
You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon. This juice is recommended drink of Borscht Bowl Club, Doc.
So that's why you had backstock.
This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition. Now she says there was cheating. Justice, notice anything odd? Her testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated. Actually, yes, I had noticed that. Let's get the truth about this cheating first, shall we? Right, leave it to me.
Alright, time to tear through your terrible testimony.
Last hand, both men had full house. There was 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. Mr. Smith's hand was 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. Yeah, so,
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name...
You were there. Do you remember anything that was happening, Miss Dealer?
Yeah, I really don't,
Think she does?
Look at this piece of evidence. Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Yes.
Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
So they are pointing at photos in the courtroom.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony?
He has 3 kings, not 3 aces.
Miss Orly, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand had only held 2 aces. Objection!
Also, no, to answer your question from earlier, the only people who get to see the evidence is the defense attorney, the prosecutor, and I think the judge. So when they do give testimony...
Right. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Then why does she keep lying? And also, no. I can point to the picture again.
Have you looked at the damn picture?
I can point to the picture again and tell you why he didn't.
I'd like you to point at who he's got 3 aces.
I'll hold the photo up here for the court. Point, sir.
Please.
You 61-year-old prosecutor. 61-year-old prosecutor says he's not in kindergarten. Point at this picture and tell me where the 3rd ace is.
I see one hand that's got 3 kings. I see one hand that's got 3 sevens. I see one hand that's got 2 aces. And I see another hand that's got 2 aces.
So who's in kindergarten now, Winston Payne?
Thank you. Somebody with sense.
Yeah.
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant had 2 aces in his hand. Where's the 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please,
Somebody's lying, and her name is Olga.
It is true. I have seen it. The fifth ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's most sincere. I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in this trial? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
The cards.
Mr. Payne.
Yes?
The player's hand that night
Were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Finally, something I can actually examine.
Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence.
If I can look at the cards, it might get your cheating claim on there.
Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? So...
Remember what Orla said, though. She said it was Mr. Shoddy's hand that had the 3 aces.
Right. So, let's take a look at the victim's hand first. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well. Well, time's a waste and get to it, Justice.
Working on it, dude.
Alright, so we got 3 kings and 2 aces. Oh,
There it is.
look at that.
But it wasn't. It's the king.
Now I'm even more confused, because there was a blue deck on the table, but they're all red cards with 1 blue card.
That's the game, bud. They were playing with the red deck, but the blue deck was on the table. Maybe it was the extra deck. Maybe that's how we drew from it.
Only one of the cards is a blue back.
Maybe we didn't get to see the crime scene until after he already threw the red deck across the room.
Right. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know?
We all know that blue is superior, but moving on.
Yeah. Whatever you like. The card backs are red. For some reason, I thought they were using blue-backed cards in the final hand.
That's what the crime scene photo showed. Unless you're here to tell me that all of these cards are fake except for the king.
No clues here.
And it looks like we looked over all the evidence we can for the cards.
Right. Okay. Yes, sir. Oh, what? Now we gotta check them again?
No, now we gotta do his examination of the cards.
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using...
They're teaching me how to do the thing I've been doing this entire time.
Yeah, let's just, This should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this.
So yes, we're gonna be investigating the same thing we just investigated.
Card backs are red. For some reason, I thought that they were using blue cards in the final hand. Didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Which was it now?
Dude, you're supposed to be my superior.
But what? Your Honor, look at this. Look at one of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. That's impossible.
The prosecution had this evidence the whole time, and he was refusing to present it to the court? Are you trying to let murderers get away?
That's exactly it, dude. I put that card in Wright's hand.
You did.
What was that, Miss Orly? No, yet. I merely said, I have ink. Your Honor.
So you're the cheater, huh?
Well, Mr. Gavin, yes.
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
Just have the dealer do it for you.
to cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say.
Comrade, help me cheat at poker. Remember what they said? The customer requested Orla do it.
Yep. The dealer? Ah. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orly? She's a cheater, a professional, I wait. Yeah! Order! Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake.
Yeah, do not take
Time
advantage
to take
of her.
advantage of her.
Not in the courtroom.
Her mistake.
Not at all, in fact.
Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Miss Orla Orly conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. Ooh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What?
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orly, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orly, of murder.
Okay.
Was there a lobster in that bowl?
There has been the entire time.
Is
Did you
that
not
what
see
that
it
was?
before?
Well, I could, see it going up, but I couldn't, catch what it was until that last one.
I was more worried about it falling on her after she fell back. That's gonna be shards of ceramic, probably.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orly?
She fainted, sir.
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice,
Your Honor.
it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
Yeah, what? I did it. I held out.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Phoenix is objecting.
But, Mr. Wright, you can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
You thought you were done with this, didn't you, Payne? Now he's back, the man, the myth, the legend. He's objecting again.
Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? Yeah, at that rate, wouldn't Phoenix have known that there was cheating?
Yes. He refused to speak on the murder, because imagine if the accused was speaking about cheating. The defense had to come to that conclusion themselves.
Yeah, that's why he kept quiet. But what are you doing? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Or is he a truth seeker?
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent.
For the ridiculous.
He should know! If anyone should know, it's Payne.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. As was said before, yes, the 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. We used different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
Yes, but one thing you should point out about how this game is different is that Phoenix wasn't dealing. In every other game, Phoenix was dealing.
Right.
I see. Yes, that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Well, it's a rule in cinematography. When you take pictures of a subject, they're going to make implications about that subject.
Right.
And the blue deck was on the table.
Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raised two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for clearing the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course, it was swapped. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. Yeah. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck?
Before the murder, during the murder, after the murder.
Well, if it was swapped... If it was before the murder, then the cheating would have been definitely obvious, so it couldn't have been before the murder. If it was during the murder, that would mean... I have no idea what that would mean. At that rate, it's gotta be...
You think it's after?
But if it was after the murder, then Orga wouldn't have been so confused.
Remember also what they said about Phoenix's phone call. That Phoenix discovered the body, and Phoenix made the phone call one floor above where the murder took place.
Right.
We don't know what Orla was doing the entire game. And remember, the defense just accused Orla of murder. So going off the assumption that Orla's the murderer...
that means she wouldn't have left. Or she would have fled. We're not sure. So was she still there or not? They only accused Phoenix because his hands were on the apparent murder weapon.
So, do you think she switched it out during the murder? Or after the murder? My thing is how do you switch cards out while you're murdering somebody?
Yeah. And why would they switch it out after the murder if you were trying to frame Phoenix? It couldn't have been after the murder. It had to have been before the murder.
You think it's before?
It had to have been before the murder. Well, it must have happened before the murder.
You mean during the game?
I wonder.
Yeah, me too.
Why? Think, when you're playing poker, which side of the cards... Yeah, okay, yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking. But...
They would have seen it. If it was before the murder, they would have seen the back of the card.
I just can't see the point to swap the cards after the murder.
Covering up your tracks and trying to present a story that that didn't happen. It's like changing evidence in a crime scene. At that rate.
Right. Alright, so select after the murder this time.
Not something the poker head of courtroom number 3 would be likely to miss.
Sorry, let me think about this some more. When was the card swapped in the deck?
Alright, let's try after the murder.
Perhaps it happened after the murder? But what's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands had been shown? That's silly. Yes, but tell me, how do you swap the cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
I'm gonna go with my vote is during the murder.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little in... Yeah, but how do you swap a card when you're murdering somebody? Unless she did it while it was happening, but then that would imply that if she did the murder, then that would imply Phoenix swapped the card. Oh, even when the backs of cards are different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Quite true.
I agree.
That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? That was my question.
Yeah, that's what I was
Who
thinking.
would do that?
But that leaves one
Indeed.
answer. By process of
That's
elimination.
one of the mysteries before us. But there's another.
Yeah, I was about to say, if it's not after, it has to be during, which is a very hard task to pull off.
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? But who? The game, the murder, is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Orly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue card?
I think I have my answer locked in. What's yours? No, I'm not giving you my answer until after you have one.
Yeah, what would be the point of Phoenix doing it?
Who said it was on purpose? Remember the state of the room. Here's where my thought process comes in. Look at the state of the room.
Right.
There's cards all over the floor even now during the winning hand.
Right. Who was it that swapped the card?
Any evidence you want me to look at?
No, I'm not sure evidence is going to help us with that one. Because even if the cards got all strewn about...
And the blue deck remains on the table.
Yeah, the blue
Or
deck
at
is
least
still
that
just
card on
chilling
top
the
is
table.
blue. We don't know about any of the cards underneath it. Those cards don't show out the room. That red king over there next to the ace is a blue card. While they're playing with a red deck. The red deck is missing.
Yeah, and I also wish to point out that blue card is just tossed right on top of everything.
Yeah.
So... yeah, if Phoenix did it, though, that would be messing with the crime scene.
Correct.
And I'd imagine he knows better. Maybe.
Correct.
So,
I'm just saying he might know better, and it would be messing with the crime scene.
so unless Olga threw the cards from her hand, like as she was gonna do the murder, then it would have fallen there, destroying the cards all over the place.
So what's your final answer here?
Just pick Olga.
My answer was someone else.
Why, it must have been Olga Orly who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. Huh?
I was thinking either Phoenix or someone else.
I don't see the point of Phoenix swapping the cards.
My-
Plus, he
my
still
thought-
has 5 cards.
My thought process isn't revolving around cheating, though. My thought process is when Phoenix tried to pick stuff up, he did it on accident, knowing that the guy had 3 kings. And just picked a king up and put it in his hand, knowing that it was a red king.
The swap card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand.
True, which is signs of cheating.
Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orly. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake?
Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking. The dealer would have caught immediately if she did something by that for the 2 participants in the game.
Right. Actually, I have trouble imagining that the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right.
Which, if you've already saying
Yeah.
it can't be Phoenix, that means it goes with my final answer of being someone else.
Yeah, because if Phoenix left and possibly Olga left, then someone else came in. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course.
Which I'm pretty sure that this might not be right.
And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit.
Which is why my thought process was on Phoenix.
As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. There's something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Like I said.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is.
My final answer was someone else.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor.
You never did when he was a good defense attorney.
If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orly, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
Because
A
remember,
new direction.
you gotta turn your thinking around sometimes. That's why I said at first I thought it was Phoenix, then I realized it didn't make any sense. Didn't make any sense to be Olga either. Had to be somebody else.
We'll find that indeed after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used.
Which means everybody in the room is counted out of this.
The other mistake was the number on the card. Right, the person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew is that their game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
Neither did that man until we did some investigating.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person.
It was a restaurant after all.
Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial is proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes.
So we got ourselves a recess.
Why didn't you tell me?
We've been in that courtroom for almost 3 hours.
God dang. Alright. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of a crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoph. Justice. Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never... Honest, but... It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh?
He's not wrong.
You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case.
Because most people think of rounds as poker of like rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Once the round's over, it's done, and that's not true. Think of it as more like there's like 2 to 3 or 4 rounds in a single hand of poker. So by the time you get to round 4, and your cards are terrible, you still have a chance to pull it out for the victory.
Right. Poker is like a trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Eh? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orly. She wouldn't touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony.
That's true.
Did you notice?
Are we finally getting to this?
No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it.
He can do it.
Huh?
I believe in him.
You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? Knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special.
You want me to yell at the prosecution? Like, what do you want from me?
The real trial begins now. Do your best.
To be continued. Do we go to part 2 of the trial?
Yes.
So you want to do it tonight?
Yes.
I was hoping we'd at least finish episode 1 tonight.
Onward.
Continue to the next chapter?
To the next chapter!
I do like that they give you that little thing now that you can just leave if you want to.
April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Courtroom number 2.
I thought we were in court number 3.
We were in the third courtroom lobby, but we went to court number 2. Court will now reconvene.
So he's the poker head of courtroom number 2?
Yes.
Even though he
yes,
said...
No, yes?
He said 3, though.
He did say 3, didn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe that was back in the day. Maybe he moved to courtroom number 2.
Oh, okay.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orly, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again?
Look at Kristoph with his unicorn horn hair.
That's the thing, you see. She's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, the fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute.
He's not wrong.
The defense would like to request that Miss Orly take the stand once more. Very well, the witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. But perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Not.
Welcome, the true face of Olga Orly.
Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly.
Oh, really?
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like O'Reilly. I was right.
No, it wasn't O'Reilly. It was
Well, I said
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly, but still. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you, you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a witness. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts.
Mikey, we had to beat the undefeatable Phoenix Wright. So we cheated.
And what is this trap you speak of?
Do these people not get that if you cheat, your victory's null and void?
Yeah, right? I don't care what kind of cheating you did. If you cheat, that's it. You lose. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. And then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards?
So she admits it.
Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend, destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really? Oh really? How drool.
Oh really? Oh really?
But it appears you made quite the mistake.
Oh
A
yeah?
mistake.
I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to the planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free of a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orly. Oh, really?
Don't you think she's praying into it a little too hard?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, we're not. I don't think she did it.
The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad!
Praying a little bit too hard into the mastermind stick.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court.
Judge does not care, does he?
That's pretty good.
He's like, alright, you're bad, but, testify, please?
Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
No criminals ever told you that they were bad. You know?
Right. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. but the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
Phoenix saw through your bull.
The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it.
I don't believe you.
It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. I don't believe you. Remember, you're bad.
Surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect, if that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. So hold on. So you're going to tell me that... Did she plant the card before the game started?
Yeah.
So you're going to tell me that at no point during any of these hands, Phoenix didn't reach in his pocket and go, what the frick? What is this? It's a card.
I think it goes even deeper than that. I think Phoenix felt her put it in his pocket.
That's entirely possible. Maybe
just,
he knew right from the flipping
and just
start.
didn't say anything. Because remember what she said. I slipped it into his pockets, the hands went on, and by the time it came around, he didn't have it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that king was the card that got slipped into his pocket. Look who's talking.
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, it's all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? The best laid traps. That night, I planted a card like I was supposed to. The planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Okay.
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course.
See?
While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game.
Because I don't think she realized that she just called her entire customer base suckers.
Right? Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken.
I'm not going to the Borscht Bowl just like I'm never going to eat at Stinky's.
Nope, I'll never eat at Stinky's. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. So everything went according to plan.
All according to Kayakaku.
Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
And there are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Is the man really a cheat and a fraud if you set it up?
Nope. Tell us, what happened with the search? But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared. Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny.
But it wasn't every suspicious looking nook and cranny.
There you go. Now you're thinking with nooks and crannies. Even inside his cute little hat.
It says Papa.
But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has Quick Fingers, oh really, been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So, what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask the cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action.
Correct.
The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it.
I don't believe you, but okay, let's see what you got to say about it.
Wait, isn't that a little odd? Well, what's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. But, well...
There it is.
Oh ho! Well, what was that just now? I sensed something.
Welcome to,
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Mikey, welcome to Apollo's Why the Fuck You Lying Detector.
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Always press harder. We always need information, especially when they're show and tells and they might not be telling the whole truth.
We always go for broke.
Oh, Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. But what are you talking about? Me? Quick fingers? O'Reilly hiding something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations.
In fact, I'll show you how base my accusations really are, Payne.
I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the card, or the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. I saw it when Wright hit him with my own eyes. What's this weird vibe I'm getting?
Where is it her blinking?
That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony.
I was gonna say, or is it her hand?
Did you notice?
I
Definitely
did.
her hand.
Well, she also blinked twice in a row once.
Touching her neck, was it?
See? Welcome to his Why the Fuck You Lying Detector. The gimmick of this game? Perceive.
Hey! Oh, what's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before.
And we're going to perceive her habit with triangle. Yep, Apollo has the power of perceive, or as I like to call it, the Why You Fuck You Lying Detector.
Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself.
Welcome to Apollo's equivalent to the Megatama.
Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort.
You hadn't?
When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
The memory? Will someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her of the most of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. So... Wait.
Yeah?
Because she scratches the back of her neck every time she says Phoenix Wright swung the bottle. So did Phoenix hit her with the bottle?
The scratching of the neck is just indicating that she's lying. I think it's more so trying to portray that Phoenix didn't hit anybody with the bottle. But, so regardless, we're fixated on the bottle.
So, alright, so we got the crime scene photos.
Yeah.
We got a phone. We got...
The autopsy report. We got our badge. We got crime scene photo 1, crime scene photo 2, Olga's photo that she took herself, the photo of the chips, and the victim's hand.
So, what reminder of the crime scene then? Let's take a look at the photo of the crime scene. Like the actual body.
You say you saw the moment that the defendant hit the victim. Is that true? Of course it is. I did see it, honest. I saw when Wright hit him with my own eyes. I saw it. And that's what he perceived she was lying about. What do you want me to check?
Check the photo of the victim. Yeah. I saw it with my own eyes. So he clearly got whacked in the head with someone.
But the bottle's clean.
Yeah, the bottle's clean. There's clearly blood there.
So what now? What do you want to check?
I want you to present the bottle anyway.
You want to present the bottle?
Well, because I think the bottle's too clean. If she saw him use the bottle to hit it, or, you know, to hit him, or he swung the bottle anyway, there would be some kind of marking on it. That's what I'm thinking. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck.
Also, Apollo gave you the answer. Look at the question Apollo asked. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is... There's only been one weapon in this case.
Right. And what reminds us more of the moment than this bottle? The murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you.
Me starting to think this case is gonna get turned upside down. Maybe she hit Shoddy in the head with the bottle. For ruining her reputation. It's a thought.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture.
Who asked you to talk in the middle of my cross-examination, Winston?
Objection! The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Then why are you sweating? Why are you sweating so much?
Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me, now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing.
That was really cool before, like, you destroyed that whole persona. Now this persona means nothing to me. You stand back up and you put your bandana back on.
Hey, you put that bandana back on and talk to me like a dang whatever the hell you call yourself. Bad? Something like that?
A bad, bad woman. Now you put that bad woman back on the stand so I can question her.
We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify. Please, now. Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
Except we know that's wrong because of Phoenix's testimony, but go off.
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here? Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came.
He's the one that called the police, though.
Right. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about our testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Our testimony is flawed.
Right?
Flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
Contradicts most of the evidence, actually.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Give him the phone, bitch. Pick up the phone, Skips. Pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone, Olga, pick up the phone. Justice is calling.
It says that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor in the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant.
Who was it? Is it a possibility of a fourth person? Did the pendulum of justice swing in our favor this time?
Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith's grabbing the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. Ooh. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Eek. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a subject for sure. Or a suspect for sure.
That's right. Sweat, bitch.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him.
Winston would have loved it if Phoenix would have hit him with the bottle, because this would have been Phoenix's trial right now.
Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin, I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Mr. Really a big fat liar. What? 3 were in the room the night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. Motive. Her plot failed. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, when her plot was foiled, then, her reputation went down the drain. Everything she's worked so hard for, her life's work died trying to destroy another man's life work.
Yep.
She had motive for murder.
The denouncement of that argument was murder. What? No, I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
And who would frame you? They're not you.
Well, I mean, you tried to frame other people, so, it's all justice. Whoa. Where the heck did O'Reilly go?
This is exactly what, our buddy was talking about. This line right here. What tangles web we weave when we practice to deceive.
So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright. Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Kristoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. Another one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A fourth person.
Ha! This theory again? Your fourth person doesn't exist.
Well, if there was a fourth person, and he or she only saw the numbers or letters on the cards, and not the back of the cards, I don't know.
Yeah, indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided to us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said. A fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur?
And why was the locket so important?
The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Wait, you're not saying that
Who is this fourth person?
Kristoph? Because remember, the only other person in the courtroom who mentioned they were blue was Kristoph.
Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue?
Coco Orly, Winston Payne, Shotty Smith, Phoenix Ray, or Kristoph Gavin.
Oh no. Was it actually Kristoph?
Well, remember, Kristoph was the only other person who talked about the case like he knew it. He, in fact, said to Apollo he thought the cards were blue.
Oh no, I gotta present my mentor.
Do you want to go through with it, or do you want to try another option first? Because if we're wrong, we're a laughing stock.
Well, at that rate, it's either Payne
Or Kristoph.
or Kristoph.
Is that what you were going to say?
And I also want to state that, I do want to state that Payne was very, very sweaty.
Because he's losing his case. He's
Yeah.
always sweaty.
Yeah, that's
Remember
true.
back in game 1 when Phoenix beat him for the first time? He was sweating then.
Alright, well,
That leaves the man of the hour. Kristoph Gavin. It was Kristoph.
as I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Kristoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light.
Because if you remember back in the beginning, when he said that the cards were blue, it was before Orly gave us that picture as evidence.
And Phoenix is still sharp as hell, dude. It's true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the defendant.
I think that's a victim.
With the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Hey, to be fair, you were talking like you knew.
Yeah.
A competition. Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs, wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Ooh.
See?
Well,
if he was
Kristoph,
gonna use the flame analogy, he could have just said like flame. He didn't have to specify a color.
that's true. If he hadn't specified a color, we wouldn't be here now, would we?
No.
Well, Kristoph?
And remember, Kristoph was the first one who called Phoenix ridiculous when he brought up the possibility of there being a fourth person there that night.
That's true, and he's supposed to be an ace defense attorney. He's supposed to catch all of it. And Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is there something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me, I was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoph. You know even I'd never take a joke this far.
Objection! This has gone beyond ridiculous. Beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder.
Phoenix wanted to bring this case to court.
This case to court.
Wanted to bring this case to court so he could catch the real criminal, the criminal that had no chance of escape.
Oof.
Tell me, Kristoph, how are you going to leave the courtroom after this?
Phoenix is sharp, dude. He hasn't lost it. I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith, either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. This is my case, thank you. You told me that.
I am the defense attorney here. You were only here to watch.
Mr. Gavin, testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related? Oh no, he's covering it up. It is him. He is the one. Oh god.
We need to use the why the fuck you lying detector on him.
Yep.
I'm not sure I followed, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly...
No. I am to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this. He is the defense, not you.
Eh?
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Hear the testimony.
I want to hear the testimony. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through.
I presented doubt in Kristoph. I'm gonna see my instincts through.
Yeah, Phoenix did say, he's like, I need you to defend me. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. That too, Justice. You would betray me, your teacher?
It's not betrayal. And if you really were my teacher, you would encourage me to express all avenues. The possibility that you were connected to this crime has come up, which is relevant in the court case.
Yep. I have to explore it. You taught me that. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Wasn't he already there?
Yep.
Alright.
Wait, he was on the defendant's stand. Now he's taking the witness stand.
Ah!
So he can do a testimony.
Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Jody Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney, Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder.
I dine with him rather frequently. And you talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder. Quite against my will. I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial? The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice. Sir. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well.
I promise to do one thing and one thing alone.
Why can't I have a normal trial?
I promise to find the truth.
You know what? I'm going for the truth. We're going for broke. If Mr. Gavin did it, he did it. If Phoenix did it, he did it. We're going for the truth, and that's that.
What to quote my favorite anime character ever. With a keen eye for detail, one truth will prevail.
That's right. We need to investigate every suspicious, looking nook and cranny in order to find the truth. That evening, Kristoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying our usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Kristoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoph left. After that, Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoph left. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoph Gavin and Shoddy Smith may have met. I believe I did say that. Here, I was all nervous about this meeting. And now I hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be. If that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? Throw me a bone, man. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orly mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Mr. Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during their game. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards? Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed?
Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon.
No, remember?
That bottle didn't have anything in it.
Yeah, it's too clean.
There's no way you're getting the card out of there once it's been shoved in there.
Yeah, but there's nothing in it.
Yep. Murder weapon. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceiver. That sounds like a terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits.
Wait, we're in courtroom number 2.
Yeah, but he's the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Right.
Please revise your testimony with this new information.
Even though he should be the poker head of courtroom 2 now.
I discovered the trap during the game. Wait, what? And disposed of the card in the bottle. But I thought he said he got rid of it before the game.
He did it the last time we pressed. In the last statement we pressed.
Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew it was coming.
Oh, so you struck first. I like that.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least, when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get signal below in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead.
A cut on his forehead. That's inconsistent with the facts of the case and the autopsy report.
That is true. And when you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. Little. He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin?
I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoph's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Well, I'll pay in full, Kristoph. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend, quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do.
He had to stop all the ghosts that were coming through.
He's lying. Expose him, now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Alright. So, we got that evening, Kristoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in the photograph. Dottie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoph left. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. And can we look at the bottle again?
That empty bottle, yeah.
The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police.
We're at the part where it presents, so I can't just check the court record. But as long as we don't present, I can look at it.
don't know about you, but I still don't see the card. The bottle is completely empty.
See? Which can only lead me to one proper conclusion. This isn't the bottle!
Yeah, this isn't the murder weapon. Alright. So let's go back one and talk about the bottle and the card.
So you want me to present the bottle?
Yes, I want you to present the bottle right here.
Objection!
Where's the real murder weapon, Phoenix?
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. Huh. No?
What? Mr. Wright, surely... Isn't all you have to... Surely, ... isn't all you have to say for yourself.
One ellipsis later.
I can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh?
Unless it was a different bottle.
Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Wow, now you're just being a prick.
Yeah.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
Did I strike a nerve when I called you out for your wrongdoings?
Maybe. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation, either. I've looked inside that bottle, there was nothing. So, what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again?
No, I don't think so.
Or did the card just disappear?
I don't think that's true either. I just think this is the wrong bottle.
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh? Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore?
Yeah, he literally realized Phoenix was talking against him and said, take him to the ringer and take him for everything he's got.
Because he knows what he did. I believe Phoenix, but I don't know how to get it out of him. Alright, so... That evening, Kristoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Dottie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoph left. I discovered the trap during the game, and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. So... do we need to talk about the cut on his forehead?
But even if we do, this is the only evidence we have for it.
Yeah.
And there is blood streaming from his forehead.
Yeah.
But is that a cut?
Yeah, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Okay, let's present the bottle there, actually.
You want me to present the bottle here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because maybe now we're gonna finally get to why the bottle's so friggin' clean. Oh, that wasn't right. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
No, exactly are the evidence of the statement just now related.
They aren't, are they?
No, not at all. Mr. Justice, please think the facts over before making accusations. I don't think that won me any points with the judge.
Okay, so what's the last one? That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
I'm gonna go over all the statements again.
Let's go back to the evidence, I guess. What do they want us to say?
Let's try this.
Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement?
There, we're both wrong, even though I just presented a clear contradiction to the court.
It clearly contradicts the,
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection overruled.
I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Alright,
Even though a single blow from blunt trauma.
so... Yeah.
But we presented the autopsy report and crime scene photo number 2. So the evidence we have is the autopsy report, crime photo number 1, which is this. So this shows a bottle on the table. The bottle, the man's head. Phoenix is his phone, which has a tape holding in the battery.
We've already presented before. So, is there anything we haven't presented yet?
There's this. This. And this.
I definitely don't think it's this. It's our back one. Chip's photo.
Olga's photo.
Yeah, we'll look at that again. So there's several bottles here on the floor.
And there's half-eaten food.
So, if he walked in 5 minutes later, why was the table still like full of food scraps?
Is that what you want me to present? Olga's photo on the,
Can we like save it so that we don't lose progress if like we don't get it right?
Sure, if you want to go that route, we can do that right now.
I don't want to get it wrong, but
So, it's either that, or the card would be in that bottle.
well, evidently that's supposed to be the bottle that we have now.
Which brings me to this photo.
Yeah,
How sure are you?
yeah, I'm thinking it's got to have something to do with this photo here.
But where do we even present something like that?
So, I discovered the trap during the game, disposed of the card in the bottle. Dottie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoph left.
Kristoph and I have been dining. We sat at the table in the photograph. Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoph left. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut in his forehead. And that's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Because the only other contradiction that I could find in his testimony was when he mentioned that he had discarded the card before the game, but then later on he says that he discarded the card during the game.
Yeah, he says that when you press this testimony.
Yeah. So we do know that she put the card in his hoodie pocket before the game.
Correct.
So he discovered the card before the game and then discarded it during the game?
That seems to be what he's spitting out, yeah.
I guess we could try the photo of the food scraps here, just so I can, like, get it out of my mind. Because, like, there could have been a time discrepancy in what he was saying. No?
No.
Nope. That is certainly wrong. What the heck do they want us to say here? Then I don't know what the contradiction is. It's definitely gotta be... You know, press that one statement again.
This one?
Yeah. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Hee hee. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said?
I love no matter what happens, Winston's always Winston. You fallen for my trap that doesn't exist.
Kristoph Gavin and Shoddy Smith may have met. I believe I did say that. Here, I was all nervous about this meeting. Now I hear they just passed in the hall. That does seem a little weak for a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be if that were how it really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright, what are you hiding this time? I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew this was coming. Oh ho ho, you struck first. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least, when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Go back to the first statement real quickly. Go back to one. Go back to the, I think it's the fourth statement. Phoenix doesn't move, oh yeah, until this statement. And then go to the other two?
So you've noticed.
Yeah. So the girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. Press it again. He made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. The cell phones don't get signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was in the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. Let's go back to the evidence real quick. So, let's take a look at the autopsy report. Yeah, it was definitely, okay, so between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Okay. So Smith was uncontrollable.
He's got a band-aid on his phone.
Yeah, what's that got to do with it?
I guess nothing.
These valid defendants notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. So it was the middle of the night, we know that much. I know Phoenix making a bit of a face when he looks away. But it's gotta be this statement. Something else is happening here. But what is it?
It's for you to figure out.
I have no idea what the heck they want me to say with this evidence. I don't really, because aside from the things we already presented, I don't see anything else that's wrong here. So what the heck are they trying to get at? Yeah, Phoenix went to the first floor, he called the police, but then he called Gavin. Can we look at the phone again?
Yep.
Can we look at anything other than the Band-Aid? take it we can't look at the call log, can we?
No. The only thing lookable is when it comes up like that or has the red circle.
Alright, go back. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. You know what, screw it. Present the phone here.
On this statement?
Yeah. God, I got it wrong again. I was thinking that maybe, like, there was something wrong with the phone call he made to Gavin. I don't understand. This is supposed to be like the first case.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things I don't really like about these games is that, like, sometimes you just can't tell what the heck they want you to say. Like, none of these statements are, like, messed up as far as I can tell. I mean, some of what he said, like, in the dialogue don't make sense, but we can't really present any evidence for that. The only thing I could think to present was the bottle. And the bottle is not bloody. But I don't know how to get there.
I know what it is. If I'm right, this is it. Turns out I was wrong.
Yeah, I want to present... Okay, fine. Let's present the phone when we get back here. Not just get it over with. Get off.
I'm not sitting through this.
Alright, let's go back and let's present the phone on the call to Mr. Gavin.
The final statement?
Okay, we want to call Mr. Gavin. Present the phone there. Is that it?
That's
not it either?
So,
I don't understand. What do they want us to say? Then it's gotta have something to do with the bottle. There's nothing else that's strange. It's only the bottle that's strange. And they didn't like that answer. Like, that was a good answer, but it wasn't a good answer.
there's 6 statements. That changes things. What happens if I do this then? This is what I was trying to do earlier in this statement, so let's see if I'm right. Objection! I was trying to present it on the one that was talking about the cut on the forehead, not when he was trying to call Gavin. It was crime scene photo 1, because how could Phoenix know he was bleeding?
Oh, that thing I brought up way flippant earlier won't slip my mind now because I didn't think that's what...
Because you didn't believe in yourself?
No. So stupid. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. You?
You put the hat on the dead man's head.
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat off the floor and put it on his head. Well, why'd you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O'Reilly didn't see it. It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin. Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone.
It doesn't matter, though. You're a professional.
Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Reason. That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, I recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. The gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good?
To be too good?
He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard.
He turned out to be dead.
You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? Or china pate? What? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's bald forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's assertion of not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something's not right about that cell phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then, how did he know?
That was my question. How did he know about the man's head if they never met?
And he was wearing a hat that night, remember?
Mm-hmm.
When did he see this? Bone china plate.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright?
Order! I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear the defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
Now it's 2:32 p.m.
Shoo. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out to be like this? May I? Wow, look who it is.
Finally.
Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. It's all... Ace. Where do I remember that card from?
The 5th ace, remember?
Yep.
And there's blood on it.
Why do you have it? Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I've seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood?
Now you're starting to see why it was swapped out with a king, aren't you?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what all this meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? In the locket? That's when I made the connection. Bloody ace added to the court record. April 20th, 2:45 p.m., District Courtroom number 2.
It's been like 20 minutes.
Court will now reconvene.
The single drop of blood marks the front of this card.
And the back is red.
Yep.
And that's the only thing we can look at. I wonder though. No. We didn't get her profile yet.
Nope.
Court will now reconvene.
Defense Attorney Kristoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
Like when they interrogated a parrot.
Remember DL6?
Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
What are you doing here? I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin.
It seems that Phoenix Wright and Kristoph Gavin have switched places for the end of the trial.
Cool. We'll work with Phoenix.
Mr. Wright.
What do you think you're doing, Wright?
Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit.
Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was laying on the floor.
Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there at the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin.
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window into the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that it was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you, you are Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright, you had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin.
I already see the contradiction, don't you?
This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Alright, so let me go back through the statements again. So that fateful night. The rage I sensed from that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club.
You want me to go through them all or press them all?
Press them all. That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player. It was more than that.
Kristoph Gavin just wasn't vibing.
Nope. So that you knew the true nature of your client's job. Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement and peeked through the little window. Oh, the little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relatively ancient past. The black marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Mr. Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright. Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he says makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place. How did you know it was right after the murder? Really? No need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love.
Coolest defense around, coolest defense in town.
As long as we're not talking about the best detective in the West. You know who I mean.
Yeah, Hottery.
Yeah.
Edgy, Hottery. Hottery, edgy.
Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand,
Oh,
some things never
ID.
change.
Orly Hartwell, as he's called in the dub.
Yep. Well, first we got the best detective in Japan, and the best detective in the West. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't.
IG wishes he was Shinichi.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Everybody wishes they could be Shinichi. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? A bald head and unconscious girl are Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were only 3 at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw it, at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice. I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person, who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you could show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. The fifth ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Did you point to a reason? Yep. The defense would like to present evidence for the court. Yep. Evidence showing the reason why the card was swapped out. Go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice.
It was you.
My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why, it's got blood on it.
Because we only have one piece of credibility left.
Right. Right next to the spade. Yeah, what? Ooh. This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card is mine.
It's because she handed you decisive evidence, my boy!
Yeah, she did. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence as a fraud. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? But what?
If it is, why would you be so concerned?
I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime? Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell onto the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of blood have fallen onto one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later.
Just like with Gant, it wasn't evidence until you said it was.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't evidence until it was presented to the court and then connected.
It was just a card with blood on it. Thanks for connecting as evidence, Gavin.
What's important now is that I've answered your question.
God, it's like no one
What
read
are you talking about?
It's like no one read the book on evidence law.
Yeah, clearly Phoenix did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's way different now than he was in the games. Like, in the games, he was pretty sharp, but, like, this man, he's, like, setting up this whole friggin' trial just to get one man.
Well, that was 7 years ago. The man you knew?
God dang. I don't know how the heck he ended up losing his attorney's badge, but, like, clearly we took a loss here. That was a loss, and you can't convince me otherwise. This man is sharp as hell.
It's much bigger than you think, and I think you'll have your answer by the end of this game.
You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I told you.
If not this game, you'll have it by the end of Dual Destinies.
Gotcha.
All trilogies are pretty self-contained, so mostly 98% of questions will be answered by the end of Spirit of Justice.
Gotcha. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. But this is baseless conjecture. Baseless! Oh, I assure you it's quite based.
I'll show you how
Thank
based
you,
we
Phoenix.
really are!
What? It's amazing, really. Look, a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes. Try picturing the scene of the crime. Alright. So we got the scene of the crime.
Whoa! That's way better than it was on the 3DS.
The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. What is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card,
It's the victim. I'm pretty sure.
whose position in this diagram doesn't fit.
Because they're saying that because of the crime scene photos, the victim was found facing forward, and for a blood to get on an ace that was in his hand on the table, he had to be facing backwards.
Right.
So the victim is what's wrong with this analogy.
So, what does that mean?
The victim was turned around.
Yeah, he was moved. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses, whose position doesn't fit. The victim.
That man.
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Oh! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not the cards.
And we have decisive evidence right here that tells you the blood did in fact fall on the ace.
Yeah, and look at that chair, too. That's a spinny chair.
Why, that's right. So what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man.
Like you, Mikey.
Yay! Now I turned around.
See how easy that was?
Whoa! Recreate the crime scene. So,
Oh, okay. The why I said at first and why I got a little confused is because, remember this game was originally on DS. This one was a DS game, the other two were 3DS games.
right.
You're supposed to do that with your stylus.
Ah.
So I didn't know how that was going to turn out.
Fair enough, they figured it out.
The
All I
chair
did was press X, so...
the chair was facing the other way.
It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police,
Which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. But again, let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on the diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, or the second witnesses?
That'd be the killer, right?
Whose location? The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front?
Especially with him being turned around.
Sitting where his indicator currently is, I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing?
Have you figured it out?
He would be standing inside the cabinet.
My man was standing inside the cupboard.
What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front?
He had to be standing right here.
Right there, yeah. The killer had to be standing, well, here.
Objection! You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
I thought I was onto something there, too. What?
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible.
And there lies the contradiction that, Phoenix was talking about.
Yeah.
The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above, huh?
Or, he could have been in the cupboard. It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at that very moment of the crime...
Either my man was standing into it, or the cupboard wasn't in the same place as it is in the diagram.
Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor. What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. He absolutely belongs here. I need another Phoenix game. There's not a doubt in my mind. I need another one from Phoenix.
Well, you've got 3 Ace Attorney games ahead of you, including this one.
That's true. Well, let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed.
But Capcom, if you somehow listen to my voice, I want you to know that Ace Attorney 7 would be rocking.
Yeah, because this Phoenix here, fantastic. I love him. I love it. He's great.
Fandom calls him Hobo Phoenix.
Hobo Phoenix? This is fantastic.
This is what our buddy's always talking about when he talks about Hobo Phoenix.
I love Hobo Phoenix. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, and the cupboard wasn't here, which means Apollo tried moving the cupboard. Now it's in front of the window. I see. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is this now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction.
Oh, dang.
Do you see the final contradiction? Mikey?
Yep.
Then what is it?
Well, for starters, there's a cupboard in front of the window, which means that Mr. Second Witness could not have been standing looking in from the
Correct.
window. Which means he had to be in the room, and for some reason he was standing between the two cupboards? I still haven't figured that one out yet.
To be fair, we're taking this piece by piece, and the next part is that we gotta present two. So,
Okay.
our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
That was because the other thing I was thinking was that he might have been sitting in a different chair or something like that, you know?
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is this the victim, the killer? Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime?
That would be the second witness, sir.
The second witness. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Oh! That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. Oh, he did the point! He did the point! What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Yeah, don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. I'm sure you know that all too well, Mr. Gavin. And someone was. While the window to that room was blocked by the cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Now Phoenix is doing the points! Excuse me, Your Honor.
Order! This is a court of law, and I will have order!
We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club.
I told you, if anybody commits crimes in my city, we will settle it in court. It's not my fault, Kristoph Gavin, that you were involved in this.
Yep. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh, and what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
What?
Whoa, what?
You know, that was a thought that had occurred to me earlier, but I was like, there's no way.
What are we doing, the Chamber of Secrets?
Ah yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort. This is one of the tricks to the room. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld boss could get away from the cops. And enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer.
Borscht is served cold?
I thought the other lady said it was served warm.
No, she said it was as warm as her.
Ah, I see. So it's ice cold.
Yeah.
You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand.
That's how you're gonna trump him.
At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. So he placed the hat on the head because he knew that the phone message would come in handy later.
If this video gets 100 likes, I'll smack him in his bald head.
Hey. So you think Phoenix gave the card to the girl on purpose and was like, alright, give it to him in this act?
Maybe.
So she came up to him like during the recess and was like, here you go.
It sounds like something Phoenix would do.
It does sound like something Phoenix would do.
He knows everything so well. He also knows that Gavin would try to get rid of evidence if he found it.
Yo, that's true.
And they know that he knows that they would take it off Phoenix if they found it on him.
Right.
He gave it to my favorite little magician.
That was some true work of magic, if you ask me.
How did you get that card, little girl? My magic.
Dare I ask, what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There, he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Ogo Orly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from behind the secret passage into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside, where he wheeled his chair around to look, and boom! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Yeah.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
Ah!
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Go ahead, do a last gasp, you snake.
No need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on somebody else.
It's not real evidence.
And it's not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason, at present, to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. That bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon?
Thank you for saying what you said in the first act about how you pick bottles up.
Not just any fingerprints.
Do you know what?
Actually, yes.
Do you know what evidence we're gonna present to explain this? Something you've been wanting to do this entire time. O'Reilly's photo that shows all those bottles next to Phoenix.
Actually, the fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why you would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the caught fish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo? Yes. Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Cool. Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one.
I've drinking enough soda and beer in my day to know that you don't only grab bottles upside down when you're gonna murder somebody.
Yeah, I've grabbed plenty of bottles upside down. Just because I was picking them up.
And you didn't have any intent of hurting anybody.
Nope, not once.
Yeah.
Well, maybe a couple times, but I didn't do it.
Intent means that you're planning on doing it.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. I might have thought about doing it, but I wasn't gonna do it. Some people I just want to whack over the side of the head with a bottle. I don't, because I can control myself, but I want to sometimes. There's some people. Is there really another one? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words?
Because I don't have to give you the answer for everything. It's your job to come up with answers.
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Yeah, Phoenix proved that to this court more times than anyone can count. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle were upside down?
He thinks he's got me in the final act. He really does, but... I told you, once I get a handle on this, it's over for you all.
It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me? On the floor?
Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder.
Now I can say this again without any sad undertones. Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple!
Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
Order! 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 What do you have to say for these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture.
I told you, and I'll tell everyone I go up against. I'll show you how base my accusations really are.
I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall that I requested an additional investigation?
Oh, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if any were on that, but Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake. True. That bottle won't bear a single trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle.
I will tell you what's about to happen is why they call him the Turnabout Terror. And what is that I see?
Look at that.
The Five of Hearts.
There's something inside the bottle.
The exact card Phoenix said he shoved inside his bottle.
What's this?
Also, you didn't do that without any kind of struggle. I don't believe you, Apollo.
Neither do I. You must have some seriously nimble fingers. But that card, it can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Oh, really? This is our swindling Devolcata? That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it, and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed of where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The Five of Hearts. The bottles were swapped. The only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that day. You, Kristoph Gavin.
Is Kristoph magic?
He's got telekinesis. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little...
Tete-a-tete.
Right. This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
It looks like you've already lost your position. You've lost all foothold you had in this case, Winston. Back down.
I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Kristoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
No, none that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
He's back on the stand.
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, but that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange for a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch.
Kristoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Now you know why Phoenix deliberately asked for Apollo justice.
Yep. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by your very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright, our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright,
Not guilty.
Woo!
And technically, we didn't lose all of our health. No death run.
Court is adjourned.
I may have been wounded, but I survived.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. Pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, the sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness, then.
The why the hell you lying, detective?
You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is that true? Of course that's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to your question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn in the days to come. Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Oh, that reminds me, I met this girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. I took this off his neck the night he died. but it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's pre-jury.
Perjury.
Perjury.
That's perjury. That's pre-jury.
You testified. You said the locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then, why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And, at the middle of it all, was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left the law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your, daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud. It would be the person who took the real card from the scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor, it's true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address, drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. He's such a good sport about getting punched.
Well, to be fair, he literally just told the man, "I know you lost your job because of me. I know I made you present forged evidence. Why don't you come work for me?" Phoenix is probably surprised he didn't get punched sooner.
You know, and it's not like they were wrong, per se, either. Like, yeah, the evidence was forged. It was more of a bluff than anything else, but it was a bluff that worked.
Yeah, but Apollo, as a defense attorney, presented forged evidence.
Yeah.
The same thing that they got mad at a few prosecutors about.
Yeah, they got mad at Miles about it. He didn't know either. So with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Cool. That was pretty good, actually.
And that's the end of episode 1.
And Phoenix is a menace. Granted, I'm a little upset that, forged evidence happened here, but, at the same time, Phoenix is fucking sharp as ever.
He hasn't lost his edge in the last 7 years.
I can't believe he figured out that it was friggin' Gavin from a phone call. And then he went on to figure out how.
My dude's as sharp as a tack, and he only gets sharper as the time goes along.
I still want another Phoenix game.
Let's try getting through Apollo Justice first and see how you feel after we get through all the episodes.
Alright, fair enough.
Alright, with that concludes our end of the smoke sesh. It looks like we really did beat Kristoph Gavin.
Oh yeah, we beat him at his own game.
We'll see you next time when we take on the next case.
Later, folks.